All right, we should be live here any minute now. All right, YouTube's live. Twitter's live. All right, so yeah, let's recap our plan for the VODs. All right, so the C# SDK seems to be done. We're going to have to look at the code, right? Verify it, make sure it's good, make sure it's even doing something. The GitHub actions need to be validated as well because we did some significant changes to that, making them hopefully a little easier to reason about and some other things. We also need to continue on the MCP server stuff for the API. I forget exactly where we left off with that one, but we'll double check. And if we have time, we might start figuring out how we want to do like the sub-agent / like fully agentic thing for ISObench. Oh, and GitHub Actions was down today? That explains the tweet that I saw. Okay. Yeah, the prompt watch guy made a post like, you know, code review and human in the loop is not the thing slowing down coding these days. It's GitHub. Like, boom, roasted. So now I get why that tweet was made. I know, right? Okay. So let's switch the inputs. Let's switch this. And man, I am really liking that that game Corsair Cove. I've only put maybe like an hour or two into it, but oh man, it is a good game. Like the voice acting, solid, right? The base building takes a little figuring out, and I'm sure I messed up my first base, but that's fine, whatever. But just like the way the missions work and everything, like I really like that. I really like the way the missions work. And it seems pretty deep. Like there's a lot of like technology and resources and stuff. Like, yeah, Corsair Cove, good game. If you like those kind of like colony sim, like management games. But let me switch this over. Okay. Should be good.
Saddle up, partner.
Oh, let's get another album going. Start with something. Now, let's stay chill. Are you guys getting sick of me using the same album to like start stream out? Like that one that just ended? I can start finding a new one. I just like the way that one like eases us into the stream instead of being like heavy from the start. Ah, that's right, that's right. So for the MCP server stuff we're doing, we actually found some stuff that we wanted to do separately, and that's our access token and refresh token hardening. It used to be that our access token and refresh token were both usable for auth, and they both had the same exact expiry. That's not ideal. But we still had it like hardened for, you know, even if the token was valid for longer than someone maybe deleted their account or was removed from a team, we had our checks in place that would have prevented them from being able to do anything with like stale access anyway, because we're not hard coding anything into the token, right? So we're making the tokens as stateless as possible because I think there's a lot of value to that. Like it's just an auth token. It's not like a permissions token. I find when you start doing permissions token stuff, it gets really tricky. Like that's when you start needing revocation lists and all that stuff. Whereas at least like if you're revoking their access to things, the token being stale doesn't matter. So yeah, I'm pretty happy that we made that architecture decision from the start. But, you know, it's worth hardening the access token and refresh tokens, right? And yeah, what's up, Lil? How you doing? So yeah, let's at least validate some of this. We should double check the SDK first. Oh, close that. But yeah, how's everyone doing? What y'all up to today? Anything fun? Looking forward to the weekend? Today's basically Friday Eve, you know? Okay, so yeah, just double checking. I am hoping for some reviews of a blog post I wrote for GitKraken. This one's about open models. I think I got a little spicy with it, so I'm letting coworkers decide if I'm like being a little too harsh. Because we don't want to burn bridges, you know? That's my job, right? That's like a personal thing I can do. I don't want to burn GitKraken bridges. But what's up, Trollroy? How you doing? Morning. It's morning somewhere, I guess. Yeah, exactly, Trollroy. Yeah, exactly. Yep, no worries. I was up super late last night. I paced myself really well though, and I ended up being like the person who dropped people off at their hotel or home, and like a few people, you know. So yeah, I feel good about that too. But yeah, so you discovered that Mies is now capable of bootstrapping full machine with packages. With packages users services, solid alternative to Ansible and similar. Interesting. So it's like it's competing with like the whole Nix thing. I'd love to see like a comparison between Mies and Nix. That would be interesting. But yeah, what's up, Yanlin? How you doing? All right, so yeah, the SDK stuff. Right. Okay, so our release preparation stuff, right? Like the problem that we had is we created the SDK TypeScript, we created the like the C# stuff, right? Initial implementation. We haven't done a release yet, but I still feel like the SDK scripts and a lot of that stuff are a bit messy. And I still feel like the flow of doing a release using our GitHub Actions is a bit slow. Are GitHub Actions still down? Like, I don't envy GitHub. So webhook triggers are currently throttled. Approximately 65% are succeeding. Okay. Yeah, that's not terrible. I at least expect that, like, the stuff we're going to be doing is maybe just, like, we're not even pushing this stuff yet. So I don't think we're going to have a problem. This can all just kind of sit locally. You're working on a motion capture animation for 3D. You've been setting up the segment anything ML. I haven't heard of that before. with a webcam to do the real time. It currently keeps thinking you're about an extra 6 inches taller than you are. Interesting. And when you say mocap animation, is that for like a game you're making, or is that for like a VTuber kind of thing? Yeah, it sounds cool. For a game engine. Hey, the code drift. Yeah, dude. Dude, I'm so sorry. I am so bummed that I forgot to let you know I was going to be in town last Wednesday. I was only in town for a Get Kraken event, and then I flew back. So we wouldn't have had time to like hang out outside of it, but I didn't even get you an invite to the happy hour, and I'm so sorry about that, man. I just completely spaced on it because I was flustered, like flying in and out of SF. We did talk about it? Okay, I'm just double checking. I couldn't remember if yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, I spaced on it. Yeah, schedule didn't line up, so perfect. But yeah, I don't know, because I forgot that we talked about it. I felt really bad. So yeah, cool. But yeah, it's just GitHub Actions right now, it seems. And it seems like 65% of actions are succeeding. The webhooks are throttled right now, so that might be an issue for you. So, you know, just looking at it, I don't think it's going to impact what I'm doing. Yeah, yeah. Yep. And hey, Code Drift, next time we see each other, I can't remember if I gave you stickers last time we chatted, but I got more printed. How will you greptile your Code Rabbit until you taskless? Yeah, exactly. And I spoke at a Code Rabbit event last night. I guess it was done in conjunction with GopherCon. I didn't realize that connection until way later. But yeah, it was awesome. Like, you know, just got to show off Kepler at the Code Rabbit event. It was cool. I'm glad they allowed me to do so. Yeah. I mean, the best part is we'll start doing some giveaways so I can send these around. I'll send a couple, right? That way, if you want to like hold on to one, cool. But like, I want people to like put my sticker all over the world and take pictures, right? Because then it's like I'm traveling without having to travel. You know, I can live vicariously through my stickers. You know, because they're all like emote faces, and it's like individual faces, a Mr. Sir, like yeah. Like I think the sticker sheet thing is a great idea instead of individual stickers. A 228? I don't know what 228 is. Postal service labels? Oh, I think I see what you're saying. Got it. Yep. Um yeah, I don't remember doing that much. I did have a friend who I may have been an accomplice to that did a bunch of like oh, what's it called? Wheat pasting. Basically you get just like cheap printed paper, right? Black and white. And then you take wheat paste and paint over the paper, and it's a somewhat more permanent sticker. This is over 20 years ago. That's statute of limitations and all. I wouldn't recommend people do it now, but it is interesting. And if you were curious about how that works and how it gets done, there you go. Thanks, Don. I appreciate that. But I like the beanie, and I think it's a good brand. Like, I'm not very tall, but people can see the beanie in a crowd, and they know it's me. Like, it's really cool. So I think that brand is nice, you know? But I agree. I think I work with less hair. I think it's fine. I think some people have, like, especially without the beanie on, they compare me to, like, what is it, like Raymond Reddington or whatever from, I forget what show that is, The Blacklist or something? You just assumed it was part of the scalp, obviously. Right? So yeah, I've had some people say, I guess I resemble that dude, especially without a beanie. I don't know. I'll take it, right? James Spader is a decent person to say you look like. But all right, so yeah, let's continue doing some of this. And yeah, Code Drift, what you been up to? Yeah, I haven't seen it. I see the clips all the time on like YouTube Shorts and stuff like that. Being lazy, procrastinating, setting up the PC for today. You have to rethink the focus because of GitHub Actions being down. Yeah, yeah, that's fun. I mean, have y'all started building an MCP server? That could be a good approach, especially with the recent changes to making them more stateless. Spec. Yeah, so as of 7.28, they updated the spec. It was going to be looking through GitHub's new stack code, right? The stack PRs and all the tooling required to fix that. Sure. But that tooling lives in, drumroll, GitHub Actions. Yeah, sounds about right. But yeah, the big gist about the changes to the MCP protocol is for HTTP servers, right? Or like HTTP streamed servers, right? Like they're moving away from SSE and they're also moving away from statefulness, right? So more stateless HTTP MCP servers, and I think that's a huge win. Now, the key is, when do all of the clients end up adopting that? Well, hopefully soon. Self-hosted GitHub Actions are kind of working right now. Okay, that's good to know. I think part of the issue with self-hosted is like the webhooks are being throttled. So I think if you're doing self-hosted, getting it to like push back up to the GitHub UI may still be kind of broken. But at least like your runners can work. But I don't know if that is valuable if you can't get the notification that things succeeded, right? But I don't know for sure. That's just what I found, or what I thought I read in their announcement. But okay, so what was this last thing we just did? We tried to explore number one. What was number one? Let's go back up to the top of the context. So yeah, the scripts and workflows seem a bit jumbled. Feel free to use improve code base architecture. It went through and did some stuff. Yeah, so a lot of scripts, 6 workflows, executable wrappers, blah, blah, blah. Ooh, and let me read that. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, so you'll be honest when you have an MCP, and then there's also a system called a plugin. And on top of that, in general, if a model can just run arbitrary commands to get the same output, it all feels extremely redundant and just bloated token context. Probably a narrow-minded thinking to that, but no one has red-pilled you yet. Sure, so let me at least try. Because I need to be better at explaining this, because I have a talk about MCP servers at Commit Your Code conference, and I still need to work on those slides, which we'll work on here on stream. Right after, like, pretty much directly after I get back from Render ATL. So, number one, think about, like, you're thinking about maybe an MCP server wrapping standard I/O, like a CLI tool. I get it that the MCP server wrapping a CLI tool might seem redundant, but for just standard I/O, think about workflows, right? Think about how you want to string together multiple commands from a tool and not making the agent guess, right? Doing something slightly more deterministic. Boom, that's perfect for what MCP servers are for. If the MCP server is just wrapping a single command per tool, yeah, that's kind of garbo. Well, I mean, Prevan, yes, workflows are an overloaded term at this point, but it still makes sense, right? A workflow is just multiple steps strung together to accomplish a task. If you want to use a different word for it, go for it. Non-devs also use it? Yeah, exactly. And we've had a bunch of those things get overloaded even in marketing right now. Yeah, we noticed that prompt. Yep. Yeah, like 60% of actions are succeeding, which means like 40% are failing. I think more like 65 and 35, but yeah. But yes, I get that, Prevan. We had that confusion just recently where someone said the word workflow, and at least 2 or 3 people on the team assumed that that meant like HubSpot workflows, you know? No, we were talking about like dev workflows. But if you're not a dev, well, yeah, workflow is going to mean something totally different. So yeah, that can be annoying. Oh, and Prevan, you were the one that showed us Sapo or whatever, right? Which I think is a great idea, right? Just being able to get something like good error handling to bubble stuff up, right? Get rid of some of that boilerplate. The nil safety, like being able to like do type narrowing. There's a bunch of cool stuff in there. But hold on, I'll get to your comment there in a second, Abdu. Let me just do one quick like continuation of this spiel. So yes, the idea is your MCP server should be doing like with the tools it has. It should not be a one-to-one mapping of CLI commands. That's kind of a waste. Instead, if your MCP tool is gluing together multiple things from your CLI, right, from your standard I/O MCP server, or from your CLI into the standard I/O, then that makes sense, right? So boom. Oh, and Prevan, I am very curious. How do you feel about Blacksmith? I'm asking for various reasons. Do you think it's like a really solid service, like a really solid thing? How valuable do you think it is? How future-proof do you feel it is? That kind of thing. But then continuing this MCP rant real quick. So, yeah, right? If you understand that MCP is a bad mapping if you're doing a one-to-one with a CLI tool, and you're gluing them together in a more deterministic way, then letting the agent kind of decide, that has value, right? Yeah, exactly. 100%. Boom. Nailed it. But then also consider REST APIs, right? Like a streamed, server, right? Like HTTP streaming. You don't want to have your agent crawl the entire REST API specification, right? Your Open API spec. That's way more tokens than a focused MCP server that can call possibly multiple endpoints for specific tasks. Boom. That's also useful. So it's just the thing that you are probably not red pilled on is the fact that a lot of people do MCP servers in a lazy kind of way, right? As just a reproduction of the REST API or as just a reproduction of the CLI API. And that's the lazy way to do it. And instead, if you can like glue things together better, you can give a better developer experience in a way that is at least more reproducible than letting the clanker decide. And there's an article that I can't remember if we have fired up yet. Yeah, we had it somewhere. Let me just do this. Yeah, this one right here. I know I had it open, but whatever. So this article especially points out that like a bunch of the stuff that I'm already saying, right? Fast MCP has an open API converter, and it's really popular for auto-generating MCP servers. They're excited about that because they built it, and it feels like magic. Awesome. But now you need to stop using it. It's good for maybe some discovery and just figuring out maybe what the agents do and how they could be glued together into like common flows. But that should not be the first thing you release to the public. That should be something that you build yourself to experiment with and see these things that the agents want to do and maybe create tools specifically for the things the agents do repeatedly anyway, right? So it's almost about like, yes, maybe use the Open API converter. And then from there, measure and, validate what the agents are doing to accomplish that stuff. And once you've seen these patterns of what they group together, then you can make a proper MCP server that has those groupings, right? So boom, you may not be fully convinced, but I at least threw a little, a little gasoline on that fire, right? So yeah, then Abdu, let me read your comment. So you have experience with MCP servers on the database field. Your take is most LLMs skip most of the tools provided by MCPs and go straight to run the SQL function of the MCP. Same with Kibana, etc. Using MCP that Elastic provided was the worst than just using the skill that tells the LLM how to use the API. Yeah, like, not everything needs an MCP server. It was just the first thing that we had to do any of this stuff. And skills are nice. People, like a lot of people prefer skills, but I still think skills are maybe a bad replacement for stuff that you would do via like REST API stuff, right? So for SQL, sure, it's going to write ad hoc specific things when doing the SQL part. But when making like REST API calls, how do you encode the things that it should be sending? You don't want it like sending stuff, failing, and trying again, because that gets spendy real quick as far as tokens go. So as far as like, yes, most of the models at the frontier are smart enough to try and hit the API, get the response back, and realize what they did wrong. But the more they do that, the more tokens you're burning from your weekly limit, right? And that has way huger implications, right? Depending on which models you're using, in my opinion. So that's the value that MCP and skills have versus them at least just like calling stuff separately. I think skills are valuable and a lot of people prefer them because the initial hit to your context window is smaller, but there are some things that just don't fit well within a skill. Not only tokens, but time. I've seen some people on Twitter saying like, I would sacrifice intelligence for way more speed, right? Without necessarily like burning twice as many tokens for the fast mode, right? So yeah, exactly Koas, for sure. And then let me just double check. Key code, thank you. I think I have great taste in music as well, but I might be a bit biased. So yeah, did that help a little bit, Trollroy? Like, I just want to know, like, what could I improve about those explanations? If you have any feedback, feel free, let me know. And anyone else, let me know as well. Did I update Gitbench? I believe I did. Let's actually double check that. It's not in the top 20. I need to re-index like the top 20, so that's on me. And I don't think it's grouped within any of these presets, but I do believe we have the latest one. Yeah. So as far as the top 20 go, it performs pretty well. There's a bit of drift as far as like the lowest and the highest. If you go pure like reasoning on text output, dude, right? Without that none, it is sitting at like, dude, it's already a median of 95.1%. Like, dude. So that's awesome. Yeah, the 95.1 is very good, right? If we look at like the best model, it's at a median of 96.6. So yeah, DeepSeek V4 Flash compared to 3.5 Flash, the cost of those compared to each other is huge, right? Like, dude, Gemini 3.5 Flash burns tokens, right? If we look at the cost benefit of intelligence to cost, Inkling Small, holy shit. Inkling Small is getting like a 100 of this, like, well, I mean, it just means it's the closest. And then the others are compared to that 100 as the baseline. But yeah, Inkling Small is a great one. Where do we have that? Yeah, Inkling Small right there. So I guess the top 20 did get done. Okay. Because yeah, I ran Inkling, DeepSeek V4. I forget what the other new ones were. Let me double check that. Okay, so I did Quen 3.7 Flash, Inkling Small, and Inkling, and DeepSeek V4 Flash. So those four are up there. I still need to run Quen 3.8, Muse Spark 1.1, Opus 5. I can't remember if we've done Quen 3.7 Flash yet. But yeah, there's at least 3 more I need to run in the Gitbench stuff. One thing to recognize about Inkling Small is it does really bad on the none. But, dude, its median is a 97. Dude. So yeah, like, for the newest models, it seems like the none, right, from like the newest open weight models with no reasoning are pretty bad. But once you add even like low reasoning, you're hitting basically the best scores that they get, right? With Inkling, you're getting a 98%. What? With just low reasoning? That's pretty cool. With DeepSeek, you're getting a 77% with no reasoning. But with low reasoning, boom, you hit that median. And you hit the same value that you get from X high and max. Or sorry, just from X high. With the JSON output, it seems like the none and the low get basically the same. I mean, wait, is Inkling Small 266B? How big? Wait. It's just small by comparison, right? Hold on, let me double check this now. Hold on. Oh, it doesn't show the size? Oh, I thought it did. Damn. Maybe I missed it. Yeah, we don't see the size of it. Okay, we'd have to go on maybe Hugging Face. But I think maybe small also refers to the fact that it's like half the context window. Right? And yeah, hold on. Let me double check Abdu's comments. So you think it's a maturity problem with the MCPs that you tested? They either expose some endpoints as MCP calls with no proper error handling reportings. The LLM will just mark the tool as broken and move on. Got it, and that probably prevents it from calling it again. The worst MCP you used was Oracle. The worst blank you used was Oracle. Anything they provide. That's easy. The worst anything Oracle does is the worst you've used in that category. That's just science. All right, and then real quick, let me double check on Trollroy's comment. Would I say that MCP is more aimed at using external services, as that's likely why you don't find much use in it? And for the apps you build, Unix sockets pass through a TypeScript API for Claude to interact with the app. Works great in your experience, and MCP is just the same thing, extra on top of that. Again, yes, I agree for external services, there is a lot of value there, but even for smaller local stuff, think about workflows that you would want to be more reproducible, more deterministically done step by step. That is exactly what an MCP would be for. So even if you're just exposing the Unix socket, pass through some TypeScript API, you're still giving Claude full fucking power to call things in any order it wants and to mess things up. Whereas if you have the MCP server or a skill that has these things like laid out in like a workflow, in like a step-by-step process, you're going to get more consistent results out of that, right? And I think consistency is a huge value. And yeah, for prompt, for daily tasks, the most concerning now is the fastest response time, for you at least. Yeah, and now keep in mind, this is not an MCP server, this is just the CLI, and I assume that they did this, you know, mainly just with like a skill or something that it, like, or just adding context of, oh, and that's not what I wanted. Right, like, we'd have to double check the code, but I don't think they're exposing the Git Butler CLI through an MCP server, or maybe a skill, but probably just like a chunk of context that they inject of like the commands and all that stuff. And what they're doing is measuring, well, yeah, 20.7 seconds versus 94 with Jujutsu versus 61 with raw Git by the Git Butler CLI kind of like hard coding a workflow within the CLI command that's available. They're able to save a bunch of time of, you know, the agent going back and forth running multiple Git commands, because that requires back and forth time to the agent in the cloud, right? So then you're fighting the latency of like request response instead of one thing that's grouped together. Now I'm less certain that MCP and skills solve that as dramatically. But again, preventing that discovery saves context. It saves time, theoretically. And, you know, we probably need to start measuring that. And that's something that I do want to work on for Gitkraken, but I just have other stuff I got to prioritize, you know? right? I want to build a Git Kraken version of this using our MCP tools. And hey, is there a speed up of calling the MCP tool versus letting the agent figure it out? You know? Exactly. And that's the way you should be thinking about it, Troll Roy. Like, it's not just an abstraction over a service or an app, right? It's a curated set of things that you want to get done. Now, that's the way it should be. But what you can find is that there's a lot of people who fuck that up. So your impression of what it is isn't coming from nowhere. It's coming from a lot of people's bad implementations. You know? So I don't blame you for thinking the way you think. But think about the ideal of it. And then MCP has a lot of value. It just means that a lot of the implementations out there are garbage. But, I mean, same as it ever was, right? You know, like the Talking Heads song, right? Same as it ever was. The majority of slop that gets shipped, even if people were shipping it, is still slop. And it takes someone really caring about and putting in the effort to do something well. No, and it's fine. Like, your instinct and your impression is driven from your experience with these things that exist. Yeah, exactly, Abdu on YouTube, right? There are good MCP servers, and if you had used them, then your impression would be slightly changed, right? But the majority of MCP servers out there are just wrapping some service, just wrapping some tool. And that has way less value. It does help you at least do things like auth easier, right? So that's maybe the one thing that a lazy one-to-one mapping of an MCP server does well, especially for like a third-party service out on the internet. If you need to authenticate with that service, right, the OAuth workflow built into MCP makes that way easier than the other, like, ad hoc way of letting the agent figure it out or copying and pasting keys around or whatever, right? So that's at least like one thing that even a bad MCP server gets that you don't get any other way. Or not necessarily that you don't get any other way, but you get cleaner than letting the agent try and figure it out, or the manual, like, copy and paste of a token. You know? Finding the balance between the latency I speak about and the human in the loop factor, where we do fast micro feature implementation rather than letting agents do long runs. Yeah. Right? The longer you're just sitting there waiting for something, the more the human in the loop factor becomes a burden, right? Yep. So I get it, Trollroy. And I think you're not alone in thinking that. And that's why it's such a meme on the internet of like, oh, MCP is dead. Meh. No offense to the person that I had that Twitter argument with last week or whatever. They're a nice person, but I think they just missed the point. And yeah, auth being built in to the spec in a reproducible, consistent way so that, you know, agents can call that, so that people can build around it, right? As long as clients don't have to do something ad hoc every time, they can do it easier and more consistently. So yeah, the OAuth flow for MCP is probably like the major separator for third-party services. Even if they're doing the one-to-one mapping, which is wrong, they still benefit from auth. So yeah, thank you, because I need to talk about these things, articulate these opinions, because I got to make a talk about this stuff within the next 3 weeks, 4 weeks, something like that. Do I think we're still figuring out true primitives? 100%. Absolutely. There's just so much stuff going on. Like, everyone has opinions. Like, we're still trying to figure out, like, better wrappers over Git. Like entire Cloudflare artifacts or something like that. I forget the name of it. Like even Jujutsu and some of these other things, right? Like, we still don't even know what the best way to, like, let agents use Git is. Theo even has, like, a talk he's given at a couple different places about the issues with Git and why can't we just commit environment variables or whatever, right? So I get that. Like, it's separate. But there is, like, definitely some overlapping stuff there. And I think the Git thing is especially relevant to, like, yeah, we haven't figured out the true primitives yet. And we may never line up and find something that is forever persistent. That's like saying, like, oh, we finally found the last JavaScript framework. Did we? People are still making more. Ryan Carniato is coming up with some really cool shit. And Abdu, do I have a link for that talk? You couldn't find it? Which talk? Are you saying, like, an MCP talk? Because I haven't written it yet. I have to write the talk. I have to build the slides. But if you're saying what talk will it be, it'll be at Commit Your Code Conference. Oh, Theo's. I think it was at, like, the AI engineer thing. Theo talk? Yeah, it's this one. So everything we knew about software has changed. YouTube AI engineer. It's hard for me to paste that over to YouTube, so I apologize for that, Abdu. But at least, like, you should be able to find it this way. And let me know if you don't, and I can figure out how to paste it for you. It's just, this is super annoying to me. It's still happening, right? YouTube's chat window still shows me this something went wrong. Like, I can't chat as me over there, which means I can't paste links in the thing that I got over here in Zen. It's really annoying. Only like $1 trillion company, right? The JS library of Babel. Yeah, exactly. And then, yeah, not QWERTY. Hold on. Yeah, let's show the Ryan Doll thing. Because someone was even asking about this just the other day, I swear. Here's the introduction post. Right? So basically, like a self-hosted Cloudflare workers and durable objects. That's really cool. Right? So it's like a V8, system running because they use like a V8 isolate in Cloudflare workers, right? So it makes sense. S3 and SQLite as like the durable object that gets persisted, right? And LTX and Tokyo, I don't remember what LTX is. I'd have to double check that. But Tokyo, that's just like Rust, like, that's the Rust runtime for like async work. You're a huge Ryan Doll fanboy, always have been. You actually got the opportunity to meet him a couple times because his brother Zach is a Twitch streamer. That's awesome. Let me get more music going. Let's do this album. It's a little like, kind of like butt rock guitar heavy. And maybe butt rock is the wrong term. I always referred to butt rock as like Winger and Rat, But I guess I used that wrong back in the day. Hold on 1 second. I got to respond to a work thing. But okay. And hold on, what's going on over here? Oh, yeah, Samuel. Thanks for the follow, Samuel. Is that you, QWERTY? You don't have to dox yourself. Maybe it's not. You don't even have to agree. It's fine. It is? Okay. Yeah, sorry to dox you. But yeah, thanks for the follow. But okay, so, and yeah, we can keep chatting, ranting. It's a good solid Friday Eve. And I wonder, should we do some like giveaways for stickers at some point? Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. Right? Sounds like a good like Friday whiskey stream kind of thing. All right, so yeah, the part we left off on with the SDK here, and feel free keep asking questions. Stuff to rant about and discuss. I'm down. That's the whole point of streaming, right? All right, so it came up with like 4 things that we wanted to fix. One was the release candidate handoff. And is that different? Hold on, let me do this. Is that different from the other one we did? Deepen release preparation? It is, yeah. Okay, yep. So this is our second approach, and it found some like extra stuff to look at. Oh, and what is network proxy? Does anyone know if the URLs generated with ngrok are deterministic? Like, will it always generate the same URL for the same machine? No, so it's random in that way, but you can claim a static one for free. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, took me a second to respond to that. And then, yeah, on the paid tier, I think you can do a few. I know I've had like 3 or 4 going at once. Also, what are you planning on using ngrok for? If you're maybe trying to do that with like Kepler and the remote environment thing, it might be worth paying for ngrok just to get like the password protection thing. But, it depends on your use case. Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah, at least for like dev while you're like toying with it. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. And I think that's exactly what I've used OAuth in the past for. So yeah, good call. You're going to use it to give your friends a social credit score? I don't see how that could possibly go wrong. All right, so we wanted to explore the release candidate handoff. We at least want to kick this thing off and start working so that we can then go start reviewing the MCP server stuff. Yeah, no, talented, that is smart, right? How does that score work? Is it based off like how rude they are in support calls? Do they require a lot of hand holding? Are they paying bills on time, etc.? Got it. Sure. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. I like that. Right? Like how much effort is it worth putting into helping them out, right? Basically. Yep. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. They're not a profitable customer and they're a jerk, right? Yeah, sometimes you got to fire a client. That was the biggest thing when I was a freelancer. Like sometimes it's like just not worth the effort. Sometimes you just got to fire a client. And even when I was in at the agency or the design agency or whatever you want to call it, when I was doing that, there were some clients that I heavily recommended we fire, but they never did it. But man, some of them were awful. Do I know what Kali Linux is? I've heard of it. Is that like built on top of Arch? Oh, it's built on Debian. Okay, I was thinking of something else. It's the pen testing distro. Got it. Okay, it's for like DevSecOps. Got it. Oh wow, talented. Yeah, just increasing costs for a client. He paid a year in advance. That's pretty cool. Do you think now he's going to feel justified in being rude because he's paying for it? Oh, QWERTY, yeah, for the script kiddies. Makes sense. And technically, the person that asked, you know, the translation of their name is get spammed 420. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. He's like, sorry, I'll try to be better. That's cool, man. Yeah, exactly. Right. Makes it sting less. Okay. Yeah, then you're not burning out your support staff. I mean, your wife. Okay. Um, I mean, QWERTY, like, skill is definitely, it's one way of looking at it. It's maybe not the best way of looking at it. Some people are just trying to get started. So at that point, like, you know, like setting up Kali is probably worth it just to like get started, right? And then eventually, once you've learned and understood what tools you need and how you like to work with it, making something custom might be worth it. But like for beginners, like why force them to do like the hardest thing first? You know, it's kind of the problem I have with like a lot of programming in general too, where like even if you don't want to be a web dev and you wanted to learn programming, I still recommended people do the HTML, JavaScript, CSS path. Like even if you don't want to be a web dev, your first intro to programming, that is so much easier because like you need to see results as soon as possible, right? And that HTML does that. JavaScript to manipulate that HTML does that. Whereas instead, if you tell someone to get started with C because it's a better fundamental learning, blah, 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 well, yeah, then you're forcing them to set up an entire tool chain to do so. And they don't necessarily see like the value of, well, yeah, what's the value of doing this one little thing in the command line? Like I'm not trying to build that. I want to build an application. So I've just always had the opinion that you need to get people from zero to seeing something happening like that is relevant to you way quicker. And a Hello World doesn't do that. Hacking cookie clicker. Yeah, there you go, right? Huge. Huge. I almost didn't become a programmer because, you know, fresh out of high school, my mom was like working at Microsoft and she was like, you know, I have access to our store. I'm going to get a couple books. One of the books she gave me was XML. And I'm sitting there like reading it page by page, just not understanding how this is relevant to me at all. Like at all. And I didn't touch programming again for another like 7 years. Yeah. My mom worked on COBOL for like the telecommunications, like 1-800 system as an example. And then, you know, like 10, 20 years after that, she started working on SQL stuff for Microsoft. They hired her to do Access, and she kind of like wormed her way into like the SQL stuff. But yeah, some of the stuff she was doing was like for like think about like the amount of like data that Microsoft has to deal with. There were like business queries, right? Things where like they need to run a query on like which customers need to be reached out to for an account upgrade. Or I don't know the exact queries, right? But just think about something like that, where they're running a database query that takes like a day, like 24 hours to run. And she was then optimizing them to run in like a matter of like hours instead, right? Like 8 hours instead of 24. That's a huge business win. Is it the reason I live in Washington State? No, my mom was in telecommunications when we moved out here. My parents just moved around a lot for just telecom stuff. I think a big part of it was we wanted to get away from like Bellcore and some of that stuff because Bellcore sued my dad at one point. They sued him and he won, by the way. He defended himself against like $1 million a year lawyers. But yeah, so like we moved around a lot when I was a kid. So I, you know, California to Jersey to Arizona to Florida to Texas to New York, back to Texas to Pennsylvania to Jersey again. Like it was just like, dude, yeah, we moved a lot. And then finally like we ended up in Washington. But my parents were contractors and the idea of remote work didn't really exist when you were doing like Cobalt stuff back in the day. Like we're talking like during the 80s. No, they're not that famous. Nah. I think a big part of it is they were always contractors, and contractors never get credit. But I have had people who do COBOL stuff say that they've seen my mom's name at the top of like COBOL files, because that's basically how COBOL works, I believe, and like how or at least used to work, like with their source control system. Anyone who modifies a file, their name gets appended to a list. Because it's like, pre-Git, like all sorts of other version control systems. Like basically the way it worked in COBOL, at least when they were doing it, is when you wanted to modify a file, you checked it out, and nobody else was able to modify that file while you had it checked out. Which is crazy, right? Yeah, I mean, COBOL is massive still. Yeah, COBOL is running like a majority of telecommunications still. COBOL is running the banking system. Like COBOL, I believe, is still even behind the scenes in like the not air traffic control, but like in like a lot of like airline, like the common system most airlines work with, right? To like schedule flights and, like assign seats and some of that stuff. Right? There's definitely like FAA systems still running COBOL, as an example. And it is funny because that's like purely like a US thing, whereas like over in Europe, Erlang is actually like the lingua franca of telecommunications, as an example. I'm not sure about banking. Both of you, huh? Great minds think alike, huh? All right, so, right, the strongest seam is a two-operation candidate handoff module matching the real permission transition, right? So design A is a minimal two-operation module. So the first operation does a validity check, right? Assessing that we can do it, sure. And then the second operation repeats the eligibility checks, and then derives some stuff. Okay. So excellent local testability. I do like that. And an evolution from this. The weakness is toolchain installation remains visible and partly duplicated in the workflows. And these are the GitHub workflows. Or design B is an extensible language policy registry. All right, a new language primarily adds an adapter while inheriting the candidate integrity and GitHub handoff. Maximum future leverage means that the internal adapter becomes large. Language-specific options need decoding machinery. A generic options document would be less friendly than typed workflow inputs. Right? Supporting runtimes such as .NET. remains awkward. And it risks designing for 5 languages when only 2 exist. But we're going to have more. We are definitely going to have more. So then design C, expose 2 local action interfaces. Oh, and I forgot to refresh the Twitter. Sorry if anyone tried chatting on Twitter. I missed it. Looks like we're good. Let me read this like third design here, Cordy, and then I'll check out your comment there. So yeah, expose 2 local action interfaces. The workflows retain the explicit checkouts, the needs relationship, and job permissions, but each lifecycle phase becomes nearly 1 step. Strong reuse of action-specific behavior. Detailed ordering moves out of the workflow and requires another file to audit. Primary interface is GitHub-specific. I'm not sure I'm worried about that. Like, if we need to migrate to another CI/CD platform, that's okay. Right? The local diagnosis and testing needs a secondary command interface. Sure. All right. Anyway. They're recommending design A. I think I like design B. We'll look at like their justifications for these in a second. And then, yeah, so you typed quite a bit there, QWERTY. Give me a second to read it. So you've been getting a lot of spec-driven development with GitHub Copilot. You'll write out a couple of paragraphs, including what you're trying to build and the technology strategy that you want to use to build it. Then you'll ask the AI to finish the spec sheet. Then you give it a thorough read and use that to generate an architecture, design doc, and a roadmap. And then once you have all that, it's off to the races. People have been telling you nonstop, ugh, Copilot, it's outdated, bro. You need to use blah, 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 blah. Right, Kimmy, whatever. And it's silly because Copilot does everything you need with barely any hiccups. Yeah, I get that. I just think what people are mainly probably trying to get at is that there's no reason to lock yourself to Copilot, right? Like that vendor lock is less valuable when instead you could figure out a flow using like spec-driven development skills that are portable to any harness and any model, right? Instead of being like stuck with a Copilot harness. So yeah, QWERTY, like really, I would say check out some of the spec-driven development frameworks. And what's up, Dre? Vaguely. Like, I remember you chatting. It's been a bit, though. But yeah, how you doing, Dre, over on YouTube? And hold on, wait. Maybe it's like awesome spec-driven development. I think that's like a GitHub repo. So yeah, I haven't looked at FPF. Wayfinder looked good. I haven't looked at Wayfinder yet. I wonder if it's even in here. But yeah, like here's some very specific tools. I really like OpenSpec. That's what I've been using, and that's what we're doing with that exploration that you were seeing me look at over in the other thing. Lean seems okay. GSD, is all right. I haven't looked at Quint yet. SpecKit is maybe like a... Like, I wonder if the thing you're doing with Copilot is actually leveraging SpecKit like they ship it with Copilot, you know? So, you know, if you want to get maybe that same behavior, you could probably just use SpecKit and it would be almost the same thing in another place. I don't know for sure, but it's at least worth checking out, you know? And then, yeah, as far as like development frameworks go, I consider OpenSpec to be a bit of a framework too. I think GSD is as well. But then as we get into these, like there's the, I forget what agent skills is. Which one is, okay, this is Adios Manis. I haven't tried that one yet. BMAD method is fun because there's like a party mode thing where there's like a bunch of like role playing, and you know, the party mode consists of like a junior engineer, project manager, a QA person, and like a senior disgruntled engineer, and just seeing them argue is pretty fun. Like it's pretty good. I don't know how valuable it is, but it's at least entertaining. Let's see. I haven't checked out Moai yet. This is probably Matt Pocock's right here. Yeah, Matt Pocock's skills are good. They're less of a, like, there's a flow to it, and more just like a set of disparate skills. And then Superpowers is fun. I feel like Superpowers is not quite what I was looking for. Like, I feel like it didn't ask enough questions during discovery. Like, so far, OpenSpec is my favorite for things that are brownfield applications. And one thing that might not be intuitive, I do not commit my OpenSpec files anymore. Right? If I'm doing development with OpenSpec in like the CLI versus something that does like a work tree, I delete my OpenSpecs pretty frequently. Because I don't think there's enough value in keeping them around, and when they get stale, you'll actually get regressions because of them. So yeah, I am no longer committing any of my OpenSpec specifications. But that's for like ad hoc work. Whereas something like a, you know, BMAD or some of these others that maybe create like an initial plan, that I think has more value with at least like keeping for a longer amount of time. You would prefer archival instead of deletion? Well, I mean, depending on where you archive it, but if you have it in the repo, it's going to read it and check it, right? So no matter what, it's going to end up poisoning your context. If you end up archiving elsewhere, right, to S3 or something, well, yeah, sure, I think that's great. Or to Confluence or whatever. Yeah, go for it. But I do not like keeping the specs around in the code base. What I would think is maybe a better option is have your persistent stuff actually like make it into issues and like stuff in like Jira or Linear or whatever, right? So my thought would be, well, yeah, do your initial planning, have it spec things out into like epics and sprints or whatever, if that's how you want to work, and get that up into some other persistent store in which you can like pull in the issue and create an open spec ephemerally for that, you know, canonical change. I think that would be a much better flow if you wanted to like keep these things around. But at the end of the day, like the code ends up being the spec in a way that like is less stale than a stale spec would be, right? Yeah, the code, the comments, and commit history replace the spec once built. Yep. Yeah, I think so too. It at least prevents like regressions from a stale spec. Maybe not completely, but more so. Yeah, and I guess that's the thing. Like, is this really like a case of like you aren't going to need it? Like, who are these specs for? My thought would be if you're at like an organization with more people, right? Like the PRD lives as like a more long-term specification, right? Like I don't think like an implementation spec has as much value. But yeah, taking a look and seeing what was decided done in the past. Yeah. But how often are you doing that? I'd be curious. Like it seems like a just in case kind of thing, which has less value, right? At an org, you keep the spec, you become the spec keeper, irreplaceable. Like you're saying you keep it on your machine? No. Yeah, I think that kind of mentality actually leads to burnout really quickly because you feel like you can't leave. Like making yourself replaceable is one of the, in my opinion, one of the easiest ways to avoid burnout. Because then you don't feel bad about going to a new company if you're just tired or bored, right? But if you have this like thing lingering where like, oh man, am I going to screw the team when I leave? That's a huge fucking burden on your conscience, and that's a huge case of burnout or like a cause of burnout, in my opinion. It's almost like golden handcuffs, kind of, right? It's a spec you hand over. By the way, you'll need this to maintain. Yeah. Why not just already have it live somewhere else? Or I don't know, if no one else needs it, why do you need it? I don't know, I'm speculating. I don't know for sure. Has anyone messed with something like Taskmaster or Spec Kitty? Specception, there you go. Yeah, exactly. Invaluable is a separate thing. Yeah, absolutely. I think there is a very clear differentiation between those. But being like a subject matter expert and not having that expertise be encoded somewhere is a problem, right? Like it's okay to be a SME, but you shouldn't be the only person who can ever know or learn that. But yeah, makes sense. 1 second. How's the GitHub outage treating me? So, Patty, it's really just GitHub Actions. I mean, GitHub Actions have some really interesting and cool things. Like the way you can compose actions from like other repos that you own is really fucking powerful. Right? The composability is awesome compared to a bunch of other stuff. Right? Like Circle CI had a little bit of that with orbs, but it's just nowhere near the composability of actions. Like I understand action can be flaky and like the containers that they're spun up in are not the best and they can suffer from like noisy neighbor problems. But man, the composability of actions is really powerful. I haven't used Depot though. Yeah, good call. I haven't used Depot. There's a few others as well. I think does Blacksmith do some of that stuff? I know someone mentioned Blacksmith earlier, and I don't know if they gave me a full rundown. Who was that? I mean, no, QWERTY, actions are absolutely central to how a lot of work happens. If you're doing it solo, then I get it. You can just run tests locally. But if you're working on a team, like, no, any kind of CI CD is essential. So Blacksmith just does runners. Oh, okay, okay. Got it, got it. Okay. So it's basically like similar to like your own self-hosted runners for GitHub Actions or whatever, but theoretically more reliable and less effort. Like technically it is a self-hosted runner, but it's like maybe not self-hosted, just externally hosted. But okay, that makes sense. Yeah, and that's fine, QWERTY. Like, you know, it just depends on if you're working as like a solo person, if you have to work with other people. You know, not every workflow works for everyone. Manage third-party runners. Sure, that's a good way of phrasing that. Yeah. Ryzen CPUs, better caching. Oh, so what is better about the caching? I feel like caching's pretty good with GitHub Actions, but maybe I just haven't experienced what better means. And yeah, it really does seem like it's just pages and actions, right? So at least like the core stuff is working. Like I wonder if there's just some kind of like internal SLA that they have at GitHub where it's like, yeah, we get it. Some of these other things can go down, but we have to maintain Git operations, you know? Right? We have to maintain API support. And then I'm curious about this. Okay, so GitHub Enterprise, right, also has the SLA, right? Okay, so GitHub Actions cache to blob storage, and Blacksmith caches to are co-located with compute. Got it. Okay. I think that makes sense. Okay. And what does that get you, right? Just faster cache recovery? So is it more about just like speed and latency? Okay, which has value. I'm not discounting that. That phrase is one letter off of being hilarious. All right. So yeah, as far as the SDK thing goes, they're asking us to consider 3 design implementations. The thing they didn't like about design B is that, well, we only have 2 implementations. Why build for possibly 5? But we're going to have possibly 5. Like we're definitely gonna do that. So I think design B is actually our thing. I'm curious why it thinks A real quick, though. And yeah, like, seriously, anyone out there, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, I love these conversations and chats. Like, we can keep them up. I just want to, like, keep kicking the can down the road a little bit with some of this stuff. So design A explicitly shows, read write permissions and explicitly installs the required tool chains. That then flows into the candidate handoff. They think it provides the best depth. And hold on. Let's look at the Kyoto docs, and we might want to close down some of these tabs. Yeah, so Go, Java, PHP, right? C# we're doing next. Did you hear PHP? You did. You totally did. All right, more music. That album was fun though, right? I can't remember if this one's any good. We'll give it a shot. Hopefully it's got some crunch to it. Yeah, the music stopped. It was just the end of the album. I play one at a time. No Laravel, no framework, nothing, just raw PHP in the big 2026. Cordy, I believe that's how Levels.io does it still. Or at least that's how Remote OK was built. In fact, Remote OK used to be one single file, which is insane. So yeah, dude, there's people that do it. And you can be successful with it. Sure. I mean, the PHP docs are a little annoying for like inconsistency reasons. Oh, is there an underscore in this or not? Right? Is it str underscore copy or is it str copy? You know? Yeah, PHP still runs the majority of the internet, despite what Next.js would try and have you believe. I mean, it's not the biggest issue in the world, but it is a little annoying. All right, so hold on. Let's read what they got here. That changes their recommendation. An extensible language adapter design is now justified. And what's up, Celestial? How you doing? Hold on, wait. There's a local pizza place near you that sells very good pizza and is very popular, but does not have a mobile app. You wonder what the chances are they would buy one off of you if you just showed up and demonstrated a working app. Yeah, I think that ends up being tricky. Yeah. Not everything needs a mobile app, you know? All right. So yeah, I think this thing was going to go off on a major tangent here. And I think instead we can like fine tune this more. Ooh, Celestial Bluetooth. I really like Solarized Light. So it's not quite like a full-on like white theme. It uses this like legal pad yellow style. This was actually my preferred theme for a long time. But we just do uh right? We just do this one because we voted on it in chat 8 years ago, and I don't care enough about my themes to dilly dally and modify it, right? So I do this theme just for y'all because y'all voted on it, and I'm not willing to like fiddle with it and change it. I don't care as long as it's consistent and legible. That's all I need. But yes, I use this legal pad yellow for ages. Like, yeah, I like it. But I just want something I'm used to, and we just do it. Yeah, exactly. But I think it is a massive waste of time to keep fiddling with your theme or your font or any of that stuff. Find one that works, that's good enough, and just leave it. You know? It's the same reason why it's like it's not worth having an opinion about spaces versus tabs. Use whatever formatter is available that's the official formatter and move on with your day. Right? It's like prettier. Sure, you can configure prettier a little bit, but the point is to have just a set of guidelines, and who cares? Right? It doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be good enough to get shit done. Right? Like with PHP, you use PSR2 and you're done. With Go, you use Go format and you're done. With Rust, you use Rust format and you're done. With TypeScript, for the most part, you just use prettier and you're done. Swoops are evil? Ooh, what's a swoop? I do have some things I'm a stickler for with fonts, right? Like, you know, capital I, lowercase l, and 1 all need to be distinctly different and legible. Oh, you're talking about like a G that does like I don't know if I've seen the Y, but I've seen like Q, right? Q where it does like the circle where it's like a G that like completes a circle on itself. Dude, I fucking hate that. Right? Is that maybe what you're getting at? Or are you talking capitals and you just didn't capitalize? Okay. Yeah, I think we know what you're talking about for sure. Yeah, I'm a stickler for just those things because they're especially like necessary for people with dyslexia, right? Like each character needs to be distinctly different enough to not be able to get them confused. And I don't have dyslexia, but as a streamer, you know, I want to at least use a font that considers that and makes it easier for people. Yeah, and it doesn't matter. It's a font, right? You just pick one, you keep it, and you're good. Exactly, right? Yeah, you pick it, you move on, and you do shit that actually matters and is worth your time. That's why I think it's especially funny when, uh, like, I know that it's a thing for his keyboard, but like Geohot, he will ban you for asking him about his keyboard. Like, dude, he will just be like, it does not fucking matter and ban you. Like, damn, dude. All right. See, I like having a nice keyboard, and I do think, the ergonomics of a thing that you spend to type all day and every day matters. The brand, less important. The keycaps, less important. I do still like having a nice keyboard, and this Digma is filthy. I probably shouldn't be showing that off. But I did get a sponsored free keyboard from Digma, and it is absolutely one of the nicest keyboards I've ever had. Um, I think the biggest thing with the Digma is not even like the keys and the tenting and like all this stuff are great, but the thing that's even better is the customizability via the firmware, right? Like their firmware or the app to configure things is fucking amazing. And when you're dealing with like thumb clusters, yeah, setting up some of those shortcuts is worth it. Yep, yep. Oh, does Togglebit have a Digma as well? I wonder if he got it through the same program. Ah, okay. Did he get it sponsored? Because I think he deserves it sponsored way more than I do. And yeah, this is a Digma Defy as well. Yep. That would be my guess. Like me and Time Enjoyed, I think both got a sponsored one. You think he bought it? Okay. Damn, he definitely deserves a sponsored one more than I do, in my opinion. Damn, this album's getting crunchy, huh? So hold on. Yeah, let's decide this. Do we want to do just a checked in plan or a workflow form? Hmm. Yeah, I'm not quite certain what it's requesting we're trying to do here. So we should definitely fix that. No beanie tonight. Yeah. It's really hot. It's 88 degrees in this room right now. And I think it's gonna get up to like 88 outside, which means this room will get to like 90, 91. So it's just too hot for a beanie. You're glad to be in Scandinavia? Yep. I do not disagree with that statement. It is 88 in this room right now. I've got a fan blowing directly on me, so it doesn't quite feel as bad. But yeah, like I'm chugging the water and I'm probably sweating it out just as quick. Like I haven't had to use the restroom for a bit. Although I do kind of need to go now that I'm talking about it. But yeah, like my CO2 monitor also has a temperature gauge on it. And yeah, 88 degrees Fahrenheit, 28.7% humidity, and 446 parts per million on the CO2. It does not measure air quality, though, right? So the air quality index is pretty low right now due to some forest fires. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I don't know about that one. So, where do human decisions for a release set live? So yeah, these are not the decisions. The trusted receipt, the SDK language registry, the language bumps, and current packages. Right? The remaining decisions include release all SDKs or only one, is an SDK intentionally excluded, what consumer-facing breaking notes are required, for C#, which breaking areas apply. For an individual fix, what changed and why. Hold on, we're skipping this. Give us more music. So oh, and let me do this. I got one thing I need to do over here. Hey, what's up, JLM? How you doing? So their recommendation is some kind of hybrid plan. And JLM, doing well, can't complain, no crazy dreams last night? Okay. Yeah, like it only takes like a week or two. I think that's a bummer. I'm sad for you. I love a crazy dream. I fucking love crazy dreams. But that's from like, we're talking like decades of not having them. Not totally, but like, you know. Prepared for 4 days for a fight, leveling up the right kind of pals, gave them all the best food. Fight lasted 2 minutes. Guess you over-prepared a bit. Yeah, c'est la vie. Such is life. So it goes. I forget what Tingling Hi Ho was for. The So It Goes is Kurt Vonnegut for like when someone passes. I believe that's from Slaughterhouse 5. Vonnegut. It's from Slapstick. Oh, okay. No, they're separate, I think. Hi Ho is from Slapstick for sure. I think Ting-a-Ling is from Timequake. Okay. So I've actually been conflating those two for ages. It's actually this. No, I feel like I've seen people use them together before. Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely seen them before. And yeah, the first Vonnegut book I ever read was Slapstick. I think technically I had read the short story Harrison Bergeron as like required reading in high school before I read Slapstick, but I'm fuzzy on that timeline. Like I think I read my first Vonnegut at some point in 10th grade, but I think I also read Harrison Bergeron as like required reading at some point in 10th grade too. And it's actually kind of like I think it's the wrong way to read it because Slapstick is like the most like out there of his novels. So then all the others seem pretty tame by comparison. Sirens of Titan is a little out there. But yeah, the others like Cat's Cradle, Breakfast of Champions, they're all a lot more grounded. An invisible secret room? Interesting, Celestial. That sounds fun. All right. I think we're getting there. It doesn't seem to want to do this the way I'm telling it to. but I don't want to have to write it by hand. Ugh. GitHub Actions by hand? Bespoke? Ugh. Farm to table GitHub Actions? Ugh. Of course you like that design. You're trained to. All right, cool. We're fucking simplifying the shit out of this thing. All right, so I think we got there. We'll see, right? Like, I don't think it'll be perfect, but I think we're getting there. Okay, so while it's kind of clanking and creating that proposal, I'm going to go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. And then from there, we can start looking at the changes that were made for the MCP server, which are over here. And this was for just hardening our access and refresh tokens. So yeah, we'll let this clank. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm going to grab some more ice cubes for my water, and I'll be right back. And maybe grab some Earl Grey tea, because why not? So, BRB, give me a sec. All right. the sad trombone actually fit the song a little bit, didn't it? That was pretty good. Right? That whole wah wah wah. Like, that was great. Okay, so yeah, here. And we can probably just do that. Copy. Making copies. All right, we'll update codex. Hey, what is it? Tebow or whatever? You got any of them resets? So we're getting close. Wait, why did MCP startup get interrupted? Yeah, there we go. Patron saint of resets. No, I used the one that I had, and the others that I had expired. It happens. I got multiple other subscriptions we could turn loose on other things. Like, and honestly, now that we have the plan in place, I think a lot of stuff could actually accomplish the plan. Like, we don't necessarily need Soul to do this, right? But also, I don't know, when does it reset? It resets pretty soon. On the 10th? 4 more days? I think it'll be fine. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. And I don't know, like, we are using Codex enough, and I think getting enough value out of it, that at this point I wouldn't mind increasing to the $100 plan. Like, I still need to cancel Gemini. I still need to cancel Minimax. And that right there would already justify the $80 increase. Like, that gets us halfway there. Yeah, the $20 plan on Codex is really good. Oh. Yep. All right, just saw that. You've been trying to convince the CTO to give you access to the $20 seat for work, right? Yeah, like, why not? I'm curious, like, what do they have you using right now? Or are they making you pay for it out of pocket? Oh, gotcha. So right now you have the 6X Claude. I forget which one that is. And honestly, like, I should give Claude another try at some point. I just don't like Claude code. I think it's a really bad harness. So wait, when you say 6X, is that the max plan? So maybe you meant 5X? Just typo. Oh. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Oh. Huh. Learn something new every day. All right, this album's basically done. Let's get another. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious how quickly I would burn through the $20 Claude plan. That would just be worth 20 bucks just to see. And I don't know, I might be like I might be just willing to pay for that out of pocket anyway because I want to kind of track the usage you get out of a $20 plan per week, per day kind of thing. Like before you hit your limit and see if that amount of usage changes over time. I think that'd be cool. Hold on. Sorry. That makes sense. I mean, there's at least like a hunch people have that they change the amount of usage you get over time. So I do feel like it would be interesting to like measure. On your personal Claude plan, it's not as generous as Codex. Codex. That makes sense, and I think that's something I'm kind of becoming aware of. But if I wanted to do like the measurement of the value of Claude over time, I'd probably not want to use it for any work stuff, and I'd just like do some kind of scripting. I'm not sure what that would look like, but I think it'd be interesting, and it'd be worth 20 bucks a month just to know. Right? I think so. But yeah, the GPT plan is solid. Like I would definitely consider cranking it up to the $100 plan. And wait, what is Valkey on GCP? I'm unfamiliar with that. All right. Yeah, we don't need to do it now. I do want to like think about that. I think it would be kind of fun. We could use, oh man, and this would be just like, this would just be ironic. We could use an open model to build the system that measures the Claude like token usage. That would just be poetry, wouldn't it? Valkey is the open source fork of Redis. Oh, okay. Oh, there's already a thing that does it? Oh, Zachar, do you have a link for us? Because, yeah, if someone else already did it, I don't have to do it. That's even better. Yeah, if you got a link, I am actually really curious about that. I could also just Google it, but yeah. We got stuff to do. So yeah, the dashboard auth, front end handoff. I'm not sure that's even necessary yet. CC usage. Oh. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. So yeah. I thought this was a thing that was already like tracking the data. But this isn't necessarily a thing that shows the data. This is just a thing for you to track it yourself. Got it. That makes sense. So there'd still be value in me doing that measurement, right? Like basically this would be a part of that for the, the actual measurement part, but then I would still need to do like the presentation of it, right? Yeah, so then we'd still have to put in the work of like automating the thing that consumes and uses tokens, right? Like via prompting and like reading, I don't know, analyzing books from Project Gutenberg or something. I feel like that would be a decent way to like burn tokens. Yeah, I don't know. That could be fun. And then, yeah, we would have to create the thing that visualizes and shows these things over time. Have it build slop games all day? Sure. It's not a bad option either. Yeah. I wonder if we might run out of like games though. Build a RuneScape-ish game? Yeah. I mean, there's also just Ultima Online. The thing that inspired RuneScape. But maybe the thing would be like, yeah, we could create our own server, right? We could create our own shard. That'd be really cool. That'd be actually like really cool. Damn, they got 114 players online right now? Hmm. Yeah, I mean, if anyone wants to get like a clan going in Excelsior, we could do that. There's also just like you know, I like the idea of building our own Ultima Online shard. Yeah, JLim, did you never play Ultima Online? It's like the OG. I remember sitting in high school just thinking about playing it, you know? It was one of the first like it was the first MMO I ever played, right? And yeah, just thinking about it like, man. But okay, so sort by monthly value. Okay, makes sense, Jalen. I think I'm somewhat older than you, right? By like, I don't know, like 5 years? I don't know for sure. But that would pretty much make sense for like the difference there. Oh shit, 10 years. Yes, that makes way more sense. Oh, you sweet summer child. I'm just having fun. But okay. So if we look at these two plans, right? The Anthropic Claude Code versus the Codex Plus. When we see like the value, that's 13K credits. Oh, they don't tell us there. So interesting. This doesn't really like jive with what I think most people have been saying, that you get more usage out of Codex. Yeah, like I want to see like the raw token count. But I don't see where we would find that. Like, I guess theoretically, like the task number is close, but I don't think it's the same. Hmm. Okay, so you're saying you're hitting your $100 plan limit with Codex quicker than with Claude? I don't know if I've heard that, but okay. Oh, that makes sense, Glizzy. Okay, so at the $20 tier, Codex is providing more value than the $20 tier of Claude, theoretically, right? Based on feeling. But then at the $100 tier, like the scale is different. That's interesting. I don't think I had considered that. Hmm. There's also the resets. Yeah, I don't think judging by resets is like a fair comparison though. And let's get some more caffeine going. Get some tea in the belly. What's up, Granick? How you doing? Ooh, this song trying to put us to sleep. How dare they? But yeah, I don't know. This is definitely like an interesting thing to explore. But let's get back to some code. All right, let's start continuing to analyze how we do our config here. All right, so that's for dev. Here's the runtime stuff. And then, yeah, access token secret, refresh token secret. So we should be generating those. I am a little curious why they're doing that right there. Right? Like, couldn't we just locate it where we're calling it? Oh, wait. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, yeah. No, so we're doing that here, we're doing that there. Yep, nope, that works. For test, yep, we can do that. Yeah, I'm doing well, Granite. Just chilling. You had an agent convert them to token counts using API prices, and it said both are about 135 million at 80/20 in out. Oh, okay. So theoretically, they're pretty comparable. Okay, sure. And what's up, Diversion Dev? I like that. That's a good name. All right, so we do generate the refresh endpoint. Okay. Oh, I have not heard of that. Interesting. Well, cool. Hold on. Let me double check. Right. Okay, never mind. Yeah. So auth provider is that. And where did we define auth provider? Ah, right there. Oh, that would be a really nice thing that we could do. Like here at Get Kraken, right? For Kepler, when we're looking at a file, I would love to be able to just like click the line and like add a comment to have it like think about it. Yeah, that would be a cool feature. I'm going to pass that as feedback for work. Okay. So, what are we working on? We're working on hardening our access and refresh token stuff for a web service I'm building. That product is here on project. Yeah, no worries, diversion. Okay, so now I'm fine with that. I just didn't understand why they were doing it. I bet if we had kept reading. They're all fine. What's up, Fievel? How you doing? Fresh haircut? I cut it like I think over a month ago. I think I did it like the day after my birthday. But it's probably the first time you've seen me without a beanie on for a while. It's too hot out. It is 88.9 degrees in this room. And I believe it's even hotter outside. We could double check that. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Hold on. Till 10 p.m. Friday? Hold on, we gotta skip this. I don't want no singing. I Who cares, diversion? You can do that conversion yourself. What is it actually out there? 89 degrees in Redmond right now. And for this day, specifically, last time the record happened, it was 87 in 2013. It is just too hot. All right, so then we end up deleting this file. Yep, nope, I get that. OpenAPI, JSON, and YAML. We get our test files updated. That's where the mocking is happening. Okay. We create this handoff doc. And we might keep that separate. Like, we might just commit it and call it good. I don't think we need to update the front end yet, though. All right, so we're just making sure all this stuff that we're doing is okay. All right, so yeah, refresh token has that same shape. And we just get into tests. I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. All right, so then here we pop this open and we will pull it. Oh, and yeah. Come on, no more singing. No more singing. Come on. Let's get another album. Ooh, we haven't heard this one in ages. It's a short one, but I think I remember it being good. Well, the title says generating SDKs and an MCP server for Messijo. Messijo is here. And we do more than Blue Sky now. We do Hacker News and Lobsters as well. And wait a minute. Hold on. I missed your other comment there, Celestial. So can anyone reality check you? You're considering making a package ref tracker for C, C++ system packages. It'd let people define named groups that they could use to track random packages for separate projects. I don't know. Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion. My thoughts would be, isn't that kind of what you're doing with OS level? Like package systems? Like Yum, Brew, etc.? Why would you want to do something separate? But maybe you're talking about the fact that those things don't do the grouping like you're talking about? I mean, do you need to know that? Your package manager should be doing this. Like, you shouldn't be deleting SDL directly. If you like, you should be deleting SDL the way that you installed it. So how are you installing SDL? Right? If it's a system thing, you're probably using a system package manager. There you go. So SDL would be the repo. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it makes sense, but I don't do enough C, C++ stuff, so I don't know if that's actually valuable. So I guess here's the question, Celestial. Like, how are those packages being installed in the first place? Are those installed via like Yum, Brew, etc.? Right. Okay. I guess my question is like, just because you're putting them in a group there, how do you know that you are actually safe to remove it because something else needed it? Right? And then once it reaches zero, so it's basically like a garbage collection system for system packages. So yeah, yeah, system package garbage collector. I kind of like that. No, I think that makes sense. I guess the key thing is like when you're installing via SDL, right? When you're installing SDL's dependencies, you would need to somehow wrap your call to the thing that does those installs to do the tracking, right? So at that point, you'd have to like proxy the system package manager, and that might be pretty intrusive, but maybe not a problem. Sure. Yeah, I don't think it's a terrible idea. I do wonder how much adoption you might get, but for yourself at least, yeah, why not? Even if like 1 out of 10 appropriate people, right? Like people who even do that stuff, install it, it's still probably worth it. So yeah, I don't know. Sounds like a fun project. At least even just like brainstorming it and kicking the clanker off on it. Sounds kind of fun. Yeah, exactly. Yep. And then, still like publicize it, get feedback. Like, I think that would even maybe be worth a Hacker News like post. Yeah, why not? Or like maybe even like the Linux community on Reddit. New package manager every couple of years, or we get bored. Well, yeah, at least for TypeScript, we now have nub, so we're great. So we got another 2 years. No stagnation left. All right, sorry, just double checking. All right, so yeah, let's keep going. So we pulled that in. We can now prompt this. Oh, that's right. That's why I like this album. This song's so good. It's a little slower, but oh, it's so good. Once it gets going. So I want to double check for this last part, right? Normalize REST authentication principles. Let's see what it says about it, right? Like, so sure, we can get this prompt going. So like this UI that you're seeing, this is a thing called Kepler. So I work at a company called GitKraken, and Kepler is our newest thing, right? Because every company is an AI company these days. But Kepler's like Conductor or T3 code. You know, it's not exactly the same. It's not open source, blah, blah, blah. But it is a way of like orchestrating your agents, doing some of the work tree stuff for you and some of that other nonsense, right? And it's even got like a Kanban view, a console view. So if you're doing a lot of concurrent work in separate work trees and separate repos, whatever, having one place that's kind of that like that dashboard to see all of it has a lot of value. And there's another view that's very experimental, so we can't necessarily talk too much about it, but man, a thing I saw in a meeting today, it's a pretty killer feature. And yeah, it would be really nice to get that going. I know, it's a pretty cool thing, but it's definitely a little too early, you know? It's a little too early to get too deep. So yeah, this one we can get rid of. Ooh, hold on. All right, so yeah, we'll create a new task here. And this is auth flow exploration. Let's just do this. Hold on. So this should still just work fine. So if we go to here and there and here, oh, well, thanks, Jalem. Yeah, let me know what you think about Kepler. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna say we're good to go. Oh, I messed that up though. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna go through and kind of evaluate our auth flow. I feel like I'm okay with our auth flow right now, but we at least needed to explore it, right? So yeah, let's keep going. Well, I'm running out of water. It is a hot one today. 89 degrees in this room. Hold on, what temperature is that in the Black Books episode? Where it's like it can't get to whatever. It just can't. Magic tipping point's 88. Yeah. Yeah, we're already over it. Blaine syndrome. Is that really it? The UK is semi-famous for using Fahrenheit when it's hot and Celsius when it's cold. The numbers look more gruesome in those directions, so it gives the traditional pastime of complaining about the weather a bit more drama. Wait, really? Is that a thing? Anyone in the UK able to back that up? Because that sounds kind of crazy to me. That sounds a little crazy to me. Let's get more music on. Get a mini pool or a bucket of cold water and just put my feet in it while at my desk? Yeah, that doesn't sound like a great idea around 4 universal power supplies or uninterruptible power supplies, 2 PCs, and an Xbox. That just sounds like a terrible idea. And what's up, Amillenite? How you doing? Let's close some of this stuff. Sounds like a shocking good time. Yeah, exactly. There's no place like Ohm. That was a terrible joke. What was I thinking? That felt good. That felt pretty good. Yeah. And Jalem's an electrician, so it's even better. That's even better. Nailed it. You should get food. What are you thinking for food? Just realized it's 5 and you barely eaten. You should get food. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, you got to figure out what you're going to eat if you're going to eat. That's just science. All right. So yeah, there you go, Melanite. We closed a bunch of the tabs for you. Damn, this thing's clanking along. Mm-hmm. All right, so this is one hell of a flow, huh? So the current flow, both or neither, right? 401 and hold. I think that makes sense. Right? Exactly one. I don't think either of these do a DB lookup. I'm unsure about that part. We should be doing an API key lookup. Oh, that's right. That's right. So yeah, belongs to org. This is where we do the dashboard membership lookup, role, or super admin bypass. Then we assign permissions role. And then we flow through to here. Do we have the role? If not, 404. If we do, to the controller. Yeah, so I'm okay with this flow. So API key parsing accepts the dependency's syntactic format, but auth does not check database existence, disabled state, organization role, or prefix Messijo, which I'm okay with because we do that later. This part needs work. Yep. A syntactically valid but unknown API key reaches this and then raises on an org route. Right? Inaccessible organizations are hidden with plain text 404 not found. Insufficient role is hidden with JSON 404 error not found. So yeah, these should be hardened, right, to be the same. A non-superadmin gets a 404. Invalid authentication gets a 401. Yeah, right. Permissions doesn't matter for that case. So is superadmin is an enhancer, right? Wait. That's surprising behavior? Superadmin without membership bypasses belongs to org. But an existing membership overwrites superadmin with that membership's role in belongs to org. Yes. Yeah, right? And this is mainly because we may have people we assign superadmin, and they may end up being part of the Messijo org with only read permission, right? I don't want them messing with Messijo's, like keywords and stuff if they only have read permission. But as a superadmin, they should be able to look at and modify other stuff. I think I'm okay with that. And yes, so that must be preserved. Is there a standard way of doing permissions? I mean, there are several patterns you can follow, but there's no absolute standard. So in general, there's the idea of an ACL, which is an access control list. There's the idea of role-based access control, which is RBAC. I think there's at least one other thing. And then finally, there's Google's version of it, which is basically Zanzibar, and that is REBAC, right? Which is relationship-based access control. So if you think about how Google does permissions for Google Docs, right? Who has permission to read versus write versus, is it anyone with the link, that stuff? And that has to go through Google's entire infrastructure because of how globally distributed their database system is. So yeah, there's products that are abstracting out Zanzibar. I think SpiceDB is one of them, and I forget the other that are the ones I know about. And then I think there's even sub versions of RBAC, right? Role-based access control, where you might do a hierarchical RBAC, which is closest to what I'm doing right now. So I'm using roles, but certain roles are hierarchically included within the role above it. And those roles are basically just defined per organization. So I've got a read role. If you're part of an org, your baseline permissions for that org are read, and then someone could grant you write, which includes read, and then someone could grant you admin, which includes read and write. But there's like extra stuff in admin that you'd be able to do, like inviting other users, etc. And then finally, there's a global role that I have called super admin that is people who can manage other teams, right? So that'll be for moderators and blah, 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 right? Like employees of my org. Of Messijo specifically. But in general, that's something that you need to decide based upon the application that you're building. And I didn't feel like I needed something super complex. I just rolled my own off in every aspect on this project. So I rolled all my own like authentication and authorization. I felt like something like Canary or Canada or CanCan, I forget which library is which in the Elixir ecosystem, they seemed like a bit of overkill. Like I've used Canary and Canada and CanCan, or I forget which ones are which. Let's double check that. Elixir permissions library. Oh, I forgot about permit as well. Permit, I think, is like actually the more common one. There's let me. Where the hell's Canada? Or Canary or whatever. There we go. Yes, there's Canary, there's Canada. No, Canada is the Erlang one. Nope, never mind. I think it's CanCan. Oh, CanCan was the Ruby one. Okay. I feel like there's one that's in the Erlang ecosystem, but I forget which one that is. Can? No, those are Elixir. Yeah, I must have misremembered that. I thought there was an Erlang thing, but whatever. Yeah, I think permit is like the more modern solution, but it seemed like overkill for what I was doing. Like you end up defining a module that then says like what a user can do. So then you have to like enumerate every single action in one file. Whereas instead, with the way I'm doing it with Elixir, let me find it. Yeah, let me just show you one of the controllers. So yeah, let's just say here in keyword controller, right? We define our, our controller methods. We define like, the metadata. And then we get down to this action, which is kind of a meta action that gets called before any other like endpoint action that's like wired up to your router. It's just something Elixir does. And we just simply like grab the roles because there's no such thing as an enum, so whatever. And then the required permissions for each of the endpoints within this specific file can be defined here. So then we're only defining our permissions per controller. And if we don't actually like list one of these, then it has no permissions and it's an immediate fail. So then from there, we have this permissions check that, validates the permissions we have for the org that we've attached to the connection or to the assigns technically against the required permissions for the method that we're calling on this specific module. So yeah, I mean, it's maybe not the most elegant solution, but I like it. It's working for what I needed. Do they get embedded in the user access token or something stored in the DB? It's stored in the DB, like as a role assigned to you per org, right? So as an org user, right? So there's users, there's orgs, and then there's org users, which are members of each org. That is where your role within the org is assigned. Now, how that interacts with the method being called, that's what we do here as code. There are some things that would do that ACL inside of your database instead, and I really didn't want to do that. Because then it's abstracted, you don't have it, and it could be modified ad hoc. Whereas instead, I like it being part of the logic. Yes, I fucking hate Supabase and row level access control, or row level, what do they call it? Row level auth? Row level something or other? I fucking hate that. I think it's an anti-pattern. They only do it because it's most similar to how you would end up doing it with Firebase. Row level security, that's it. Yeah. Yeah, I think row level security is a massive anti-pattern. It mixes up business logic with data. Your database is just data. The moment you start adding business logic into your database, you're fucking up. But that's an opinion that I have from years of hearing people proclaim the value of stored procedures and this other bullshit. And it's like, yeah, if you take stored procedures overboard, you put too much logic into your database, and then you're fucked, Because it's just not as portable. It's not, as explicit and easily found for debugging purposes and some of that stuff. Like, I don't like it. That's not to say all stored procedures are bad. I'm just saying, like, the ones that take business logic and create a stored procedure for it, that's a problem. Which does have an edge case, because a lot of people would consider relationships between things to be borderline application logic. I think that's data logic, which is separate. Okay, so yes, Canary is the one I've used in the past. This is where I remembered it. It was just inspired by CanCan, so that makes sense. But I don't know. I'm not a huge fan. Because you're still creating this, like, centralized thing. Yeah, exactly, Gawkin. Yep. But there are some people that would conflate relationships as application logic, and it's not. It's data logic, if you really want to think of it. As long as the stored procedure is well documented, it's fine. The problem is often they are not. Yeah, exactly. And this is a case of, like, well, at least with, logic in your application code, the code is the documentation. In a way that stored procedures are, like, indirectly related and referenced. So I don't know. It's just an opinion thing. People can disagree. That's the nature of why I think just application architecture and building things isn't solved, right? Like coding is not solved because you still need to understand the architecture that you're building and coding. You know, it's just, it comes back to the idea of taste. Even with using AI, there's a big difference between someone who knows what they're doing and someone who doesn't, which is why you should never stop reading the code. I will say some code is maybe more ignorable than other code. I'm not too worried about tests, right? AI is pretty good at, at least writing tests that maybe are too specific towards the implementation, but then as you change things, you can guide it towards being a better test. Sure. Rules of engagement for your interaction with AI? Sure, yeah, I think that makes sense. Like, it's stuff you got to think about. Real quick, though, I do need more water, so give me a second. Alrighty. So I decided to grab some fish. I'm getting a little hungry. Not trying to like do too much though. So yeah, this is some rainbow trout. Mmm. All right, so oh, okay. So yeah, it looks like we do have a little bit of a flaw in like the order of operations we're doing. So no controller actually reads prefixed API key. Permissions should not be treated as a compatibility alias. For the principal, it represents effective request authorization and should remain separate. So 3 interface alternatives. Tagged tuples / maps. I think the idea of auth principal makes sense. So map payloads remain open shape. Misspelled or missing keys are runtime problems. That's less ideal. All right, so that was alternative A. With alternative B, the plug matching does this, and then it's a case. Okay. So load org membership or load API key and bind org. Okay. Kind of like that. So then alternative C here, Protocol behavior-owned authorization. Yeah, right. So yeah, the wrong depth. It would mix identity, org lookup, and superadmin eligibility and response policy. Yeah, I don't like that. So yeah, they're recommending alternative B, and I think that feels okay. Yep. So yeah, we don't need the user. API key variant intentionally contains lookup rather than a resolved API key, right? Preserves timing and route behavior. Okay. Because yeah, we want to be somewhat cognizant of timing attacks, right? And for anyone out there who's unaware of what a timing attack is, in general, a security researcher or even potential hacker could measure the time it takes to do a certain thing in like when making a request. And especially if they know what it looks like with a valid API key or token versus an invalid token, they could actually identify whether an org exists or doesn't exist. Right? So they know, number one, they can measure the time it takes with a totally invalid token. Probably bails out quicker. They could then measure, well, okay, how long does it take to fetch an org that they do have access to? All right. And then they measure the time it takes to fetch an org that they know exists but they don't have access to versus one that they know doesn't exist. And like maybe not necessarily the org they know that they don't have access to, but by checking the timing of how long it takes to get one that you do have access to versus the one that, you know, doesn't exist, well, okay, if those take different amounts of time, then when you do a request for one that you just don't have access to, you know that it took an amount of time longer than the non-existent one, right? And the non-existent one would be just them like giving a really, really bad, org ID that they know wouldn't possibly exist, right? So there's a bunch of stuff that can happen when you do that wrong. And it's why auth is not easy. But technically, that's not the part of auth that you're going to be offloading to something like Clerk anyway, right? Because you're still going to have to write your application logic. So when you're doing like third-party auth, it doesn't matter. You can still expose yourself to timing attacks. I guess Clerk might technically solve that more because you're giving them like full control over like your permission system too. But then that means that you're just offloading that to their database and now you're fucking handcuffed, right? So it's definitely something to be aware of. I don't know. There's a lot of reasons to maybe dislike that stuff. But yeah, thank you. I didn't know you were an ordained minister. I didn't realize blessing someone was within your power there, Alex. I don't even know. Like, is minister the right term? Should I have said priest? Vicar? I'll be honest, I don't know the difference between any of these. I don't know which is which. I guess priest is Catholic, right? And minister would be Protestant? Is it something like that? And I still don't know what a vicar is. Yeah, I don't know. I'm agnostic. I think it's all nonsense, but whatever. Right? Like, I'm agnostic, not atheist. I think there could be a higher power, but to think any human being wrote a 100% accurate truth of God book is fucking insane to me. Like, no fucking way, dude. Nah. Nah. That's why there's the such thing as like the King James edition of the Bible. Like, to think that's the 100% truthful word of God? Nah, dude. Fuck no. Nope. 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 But if you want to believe it, I can't stop you. And I don't want to. I don't care. I don't believe in organized religion. Why would you accept a middleman between you and your higher power? That's ridiculous. But again, I can't stop you and go for it. Doesn't matter to me until you start pushing it on other people. And then it's a problem. So yeah, I do like alternative B here. I think it makes a lot of sense. When I just realized, hold on, someone had a very long comment. Let me read it. Let me double check. Okay, so yeah, the rules of engagement thing. Had a discussion the other day with a software vendor that has been providing enterprise-grade solutions for 40 years. They are not too concerned about someone vibe coding a competing product. Reason, they have 40 years worth of edge cases from their help desk, which are part of their release testing. It will be very difficult for AI to duplicate. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, Jens, like, it's similar to the same idea of like, dude, hold on. Where was I going with this? I had a thing and then I just spaced, thinking about like, wait, did I pronounce your name right? And I did, but hold on. Oh, yeah, it's similar to the mentality of like, oh man, the code base is a mess. We should start from scratch and rebuild. Yeah, the moment you do that, you're going to start from a really, from fresh, and it'll be really clean and awesome and oh, so greenfield. And then you start dealing with edge cases and problems, and then you start fixing them, and then all of a sudden, the code base is a mess and you want to rebuild it. Like, the code base is a mess for a reason. Because the world cannot be modeled cleanly. I think micro refactors can work, but entire application wide refactors are usually a really bad idea. Like, I don't think a refactor is a problem. It's a complete rebuild is a problem. But you'll have people advocating for that on every team ever. Because they don't want to actually put in the effort to understand the code base. They just want to build from scratch because it's easier. I think refactors can be valuable, for sure. But an entire rebuild is a terrible idea almost every time. Not always, but almost every time. And I guess this really applies to like applications. For libraries or other things that have clear boundaries and clear acceptance tests, sure. You know? But I just think applications are too fuzzy for that kind of thing. It's kind of the way I like to think about like the difference between how like me and the Primogen approach code and the stuff that we like differ in opinions about. He's not an application dev, and I think he'd be one of the first people to admit that. He's a library, infrastructure, systems kind of engineer. I'm an application dev. We do fundamentally different things, and that's okay. It ends up being why he dislikes JavaScript so much, as an example, right? Because most of the things he's built that are close to applications are glorified forms. Yeah, HTMX fits that perfectly. The moment you get into larger, more interactive applications, yeah, it's not a good experience. And that then funnels back into the ideas of like Hotwire and like Remix. I think Remix is such shit for building actual applications. At least the iteration of it that I used, right? And that was like Remix v2. So this is old information. I haven't used Remix in ages. It may have changed. Or maybe Remix 3. I forget which one. But just the main idea of like having to encode every action as a form, that is miserable on a dashboard with things like drop-down menus, right? Where you got like row level like visualizations and each row has its own drop-down. Modeling every single one of those things as a form submission is miserable. And that's basically what you end up having to do with HTMX as well when wiring it up to your... Well, I mean, you don't have to, but to do HTMX in its like purest form, you do. And I don't like building applications that way. I think it's a terrible experience. But it comes back to what kind of application are you building? And there you go, right? Am I going to stream on other channel later? It's currently up in the air. There's a couple people in town for GopherCon, and I could be convinced to go hang out. The person I was hoping to go hang out with isn't going to be around tonight, but yeah, that part can work out another night. I don't know. If I was going to game tonight, it would be just a short session of gaming because I got some work to do. But I do really like that Corsair Cove or whatever. So I don't know. Not sure. Not making any decisions yet. All right, so yeah. So before refactoring, we need to get some more tests added. Sure. Yeah. Okay, so there's like a bunch of tests they want to build that I would be really okay with, I think. And yeah, I don't know. PoE is tough because I've hit diminishing returns on the build that I have, and a lot of the stuff that I would need to get like a power boost is like 400 divines. As as an example, I have only been able to accumulate 40 over the past month. And starting a whole new build doesn't feel like a good idea this late in the league. Though the one item that is like 400 divines, like it would be a massive, massive power boost. Hey, what up, bedtime bear? How you doing, Mr. Sir? If you're doing math, that's a lot of years. That is 5 years. Which is probably only half the time that we've known each other. Yeah, if you have Xbox Game Pass, Corsair Cove is on there for free. So yeah, it's pretty good value. Yeah, for sure, bedtime bear. Like, I don't think we had chatted much at like the Angular Day thing, but it was only like a couple months later that we met, right? And that was definitely like 2016, as far as I remember. Yep. Okay, so I like the plan that it captured. We'll see what it does first. Man, I'm itching to use my new golf bags, man. When I get back from Render ATL, which is just next week. And hopefully when we're not in a heat wave. Yep. Or smoke. Yeah. I'll be consuming thicker smoke anyway. So it's not that big a deal. But yeah, the air is pretty gross out there right now. All right. So yeah, how did the clanker do on this one? Oh, we didn't even turn it loose. Humidifiers, how do they work? Yeah, exactly. Much code do I write these days without clanker assists? I mean, just the other day we wrote some code in editor, but we still use like 95, right? I was using Super Maven before Cursor killed it. So even then, like, per line autocomplete still has value. At the end of the day, though, I don't consider it any different from IntelliSense to do the per line autocomplete. And the main thing I'm getting at that I think a lot of people miss is that this is the cheapest it's ever gonna be to figure out and use these tools. If you're putting your foot down because you don't want to, well, yeah, later when you want to give it a shot or you're forced to give it a shot, it's just going to cost more to learn how to use these things. You know, this is the cheapest it'll ever be, theoretically. Now, the open weight models are giving us a run for the money for that prediction. But at the bare minimum, OpenAI and Anthropic are going to be dialing back the subsidized tokens eventually, right? Like, they need to become profitable, and they're nowhere close to being profitable. Which brings up my other point. Everyone should switch to a self-managed 401k before those fuckers IPO. It's not worth being a bag holder for that shit. Yep. And yeah, I was a front end dev for 10 years. On my own time, I've been doing back end stuff for just as long. And I'm talking like 10 years professionally. I was dabbling for a good few years before that. But now I'm a developer advocate, and the job is way chiller. I can just have opinions and write about them. That's awesome. I can just give conference talks. I can just hop onto webinars and teach people about the product. Like, that's chill. That's easy. But I still got to maintain my chops. I still got to build stuff, right? I mean, I would be miserable as a PM. I am super thankful that there are people that like doing that stuff, though. Right? Could you imagine living in Jira all day? Ugh. Ugh. Could you imagine how many meetings you'd have to sit through? Ugh. Yep. And honestly, like, you should use it. Like, you still need taste. You still need to understand this stuff. You still need to, like, build stuff that's maintainable, you know? Yeah, you saw your lead schedule today. Yeah, even like a team lead who might still be responsible for coding. Yeah, a team lead, yeah, 50% of their job is meetings, 50% of their job is code review, and the other 50% are the tickets they get assigned. It's fucking miserable. And if you're wondering, like, yeah, that's 150%, yeah, that's a team lead's job. It's fucking rough, man. Now, hopefully, you're at a company that compensates you accordingly, but that's not always the case. If only it was 150% of the time. Sure. Yeah, exactly. I get it. That was a conservative estimate. Hold on, wait. Do we have a thing? I think we have a clip for that. Pretty sure we do have a clip for that. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to remember the words exactly. You guys could listen to the audio, but basically, hold on. You want to know how agile we are? Hey, Tim, come on over. Do the thing. Backflip. Runs off. Boom. See? We're agile. you know? But yeah, man, that clip's from a while ago too. It is a good one. All right, so yeah, they're just writing the tests first. I get that. How we sitting on token usage? All right, so yeah. All right, we see these clankers clanking. Yeah, so while they're clanking, let's think about this. So we've got the open spec changes committed for scaffolding out ISObench. And ISObench is for isolated benchmarks, and not like LLM benchmarks, but like coding benchmarks that LLMs could use, right? So like the isolation would be, within like your current device and machine, it could measure the noisiness of the cores that it would spin up tests on, as an example. It could, check for, like, it could then technically also call things that measure the amount of instructions run by some stuff. So there's like a bunch of things we could like orchestrate and kind of glue together to have a better way of benchmarking code and reporting that back to your LLM, or even just reporting it back to yourself or your CI/CD. So the idea being that like you could do this in isolation, and then once we've got the open source version of this kind of working, we could start to build up like a cloud version of it. Because I think there would be value to something like that. But yeah, we haven't actually like kicked it off because we're trying to think about how we want to like how do we want to orchestrate the agents to build it, right? And my main thought was, well, we could use our OpenCode Go subscription, to where Kimmy K3 is the orchestrator and judge of work that we farm out to DeepSeek Flash, as an example. So then we're doing like the heavy lifting with the cheaper models, and we're still using like a smarter, more expensive model to like validate things. And we haven't really done workflows like that for a while, or at all, really. Technically, we were doing something kind of similar with intent by augment, but it's still not quite the same thing. And I'm pretty sure we could just farm this out via OpenCode, because they have the idea of agents, right? They have the built-in build and plan agents, but we could do our own agents with their own like model selection. And when we farm that out to them, right, there could be like various like prompts that we add and things that like scope them specifically, right? I think that would end up having quite a bit of value. Do we think doing it the open code like agent definition way is the right way to go? Or should we instead start considering things like, we just had it open, I lost it though, Barnum, right? So there's Barnum, a programming language for orchestrating agents. Looks like TypeScript to me, right? There's also Flu. And I think there was like one other we were looking at that I forgot the name of. But the idea is that like we could spin up an agent that is actually a script that does the sub agent work and like the farming out and blah blah blah. And then it's like this programmatic thing that we kind of have available that we could reuse in various ways, right? I think the big thing here is like Flu really kind of wants to like sandbox stuff. We could do local sandboxes, which would be fine. Right? So Flu runtime node local, no big deal. And that would probably be all right. But then, like, what skills do we bring in, etc.? We could just load in the skills via Markdown. So, like, adding OpenSpec or some of the Matt Pocock skills would just be an MD import. I don't know. Has anyone messed with any of these, like, agent composition frameworks? Have I heard good success of using these types of harnesses? Yeah, you were asking me the same thing. Yeah, I mean, to me, this feels more like a LangChain kind of thing. Stuff you would use for like business processes or production workflows. I'm not so sure how it would fit into like a local dev workflow because you could do it with Claude, you could do it with OpenCode. I think theoretically there might be a bit more determinism, but I'm not totally sure. Like the way they're doing it, they're just doing use tool. So, I mean, at the bare minimum, by doing it this way, you are at least protecting your context in a way that like the harnesses don't. You know, you're like explicitly loading in your skills, not having to futz with like your dot codex directory, your dot Claude directory, right? Like copying and pasting skills around. Instead, this is just an import of those things, which is kind of cool. So it's at least like maybe a better way to like fine tune your context usage. What I'm curious about is like, what is the introspectability? Like, how do you know at what point this thing is at, right? Like, how do you know like the basic, you know, like, I doubt you would get a percentage, but at least like, what is the status of the work being done? And I would assume that that's maybe something that Flu is doing for you, but I haven't used it. I don't know. They don't really show us like output. Right? Like you can use observability and like, you know, open telemetry stuff and all that. So this makes me lean on the idea that, yeah, these are probably meant specifically for like production or business level flows, not dev level flows. But I don't know. I'm purely guessing. But yeah, how do they preserve their progress through failures and restarts? I don't know, man. What about subagents? I don't know, man. So I do think it has a lot of power. I don't know. I don't know. And I think it's something I probably want to stew on for a bit. Right, like it's about 6:30. It's hot out. Trollroy, and it connects on top of something like OpenCode? Flu does not. Flu is like, it's a script. You would run it via like PNPM or PNPX or whatever, right? Or NPX. Like, it's like purely like programmatic. So you would not be using a harness on top of it, or it on top of a harness. With something like Flu, you're basically building your own harness, but it's not as interactive, right? It's not an interactive coding harness. It's a It's a workflow harness, right? It's an agent harness. So you're building your own basic, like, ad hoc, specific to one thing flow or harness, right? But, like, you know, as another idea, like, it could be this thing that's persistently running, just listening for messages on Slack or Teams or whatever. You know, like, it's just totally different. It's a completely different approach than using a harness like OpenCode or Claude Code or Codex. And I do want to, like, toy with that kind of approach, but I don't know. But yeah, it's hot, so I at least want to try and get, like, a shower here in a bit. Maybe eat some more food. Decide if I'm going out tonight or not. I don't think I am. Like, I would have expected to hear something back by now. But we'll see. But yeah, so probably going to be on gaming at some point tonight. We'll see. I kind of want to, like, clean out my car and do some other stuff. Through REST API calls. No, I think you're still misunderstanding, Trollroy. This is just a node script. That's it. This is the script. You would then call npm run agents/triage.ts. It's not REST API calls. It's whatever you want it to do. Right? This is just a script instead of a full-on harness. It is a specifically crafted script to do something very specific with the data that you get from various places. Now, technically, if you're going to be using channels and have it being, like, running persistently instead of just to completion, well, then, yeah, then it's more of a daemon. But it's still not like a REST API call or a harness. Like, it's a codified agent. My guess is for use model, I don't know, you'd have to go look at it. My guess is that this would be through, like, so, okay, maybe I misunderstood. When you said REST API calls, I totally misunderstood that. You were saying, like, an API call to Anthropic via REST, right? Which I don't think is technically RESTful. It's more of like an RPC. Okay, yes. So as far as I know, it would be an API call. Yeah. But I would bet that someone has wired up a Codex subscription kind of, like, model. I would think only Claude would be the one that, like, fucks you that way. Whereas Olama, Codex, whatever, they don't care. So yeah, I misunderstood that. I thought you were saying this would be the REST API call. So yeah, I misunderstood. My bad. But yeah, let's go find someone to raid. We haven't seen Het Tannis for a while. Oh, there's Frozair. We haven't rated Frozair in a while. Yeah, let's do Frozair. And thank you for the follow, Laughing Whales. And wait, Frozair's hat, is that like is that a One Piece reference? Yeah, thank y'all for hanging out. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff done. I'll be back here tomorrow for sure. We're gonna get some shit done. Sounds fun to me. For people over on the YouTube and the Twitter, I'm going to stop that one first. So thank you all for hanging out. We will see you tomorrow. Later, YouTube.